And good morning, traders out there. So it's sometime or another. It's the 18th of March, 2025. Welcome to this, my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I'm able to watch, obviously, monitor my screens, and my voice provides insight as to what I was thinking. So I avoid having to screen capture and snap and type and a bunch of stuff like that. I don't do well when I'm focusing on something else. Also, by streaming it to YouTube, I have ultimate transparency and accountability, and I can review the stream on any device. So there's if I take a trade, win, lose, or draw, it's absolutely obvious, and there's all of the bookmap typical tracking with a break-even line and all the orders and any movement and all of that is dutifully recorded with the number of contracts and the profit or loss. So there's no question about it. Obviously, the purpose of the stream here is not for financial advice or trading advice. It's my virtual trading journal. So I'm talking to myself basically, and I have it open for anybody to look over my shoulder, and if it helps them out, that's great. There is a delay from real time to the YouTube, so beware of that. All of my times on the charts or that I refer to are Central Standard Time. There's a disclaimer in the description for the usual, past performance is not indicative of future results. And that's really an important statement that most traders or people just blow off as boilerplate, but it really is poignant to the fact that trading is a business of statistics and probabilities in a random environment. And no matter how far back you look, historical data is historical data. And from the trade you take now and into the future, completely separate data. The outcome of the very next trade is 50-50, and that's a statistical probability. That's a statistical fact. So there you are. Now, numbers this morning. We have starting to do that over here so I can show these. Well, we had building permits out, and they're all 2-star. We didn't have any 3-star events today. Housing stats and all these kind of things were out at 7:30. We do have industrial production out at 8:15, and then a 20-year bond auction at 12, and some talking Fed, and there you go. So that's those are the numbers. The pre-market, what have we done? Well, first of all, this is Bookmap, and this is where I execute pretty much. And this is IRT, which is my charting. This is a ES. No, first and foremost, the rollover was yesterday. You can see the current M contract is substantially higher in volume now than is the outgoing or H contract. So I'll remove this quote page off my setup now. And all of my charts are rolled to M. So I didn't even activate the trade control panel on Bookmap yesterday because I want to trade the front month. So the rollover is finished, and there's still going to be volatility around it or whatever, but at least if you're a prop trader or whatever else like that, where they have a requirement that you must trade the front month, you're good. You should be good to go. Obviously confirm with them, but you should definitely be good to go with the M contract now. And it's just conventional wisdom that you always trade the contract with the highest volume, and that means the highest liquidity. So having said all of that, this is the ES Renko chart. This is my NQ or NASDAQ Renko. This is the ES micro composite chart. This is just a RTH trading session, and these are daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And by doing so, it generates a micro composite VPOC and high and low and that thing. And these red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes from this micro composite volume profile, and they are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices pushed automatically to Bookmap. This is a market profile chart, daily session for the ES. So we jump back over here to Bookmap, and here are the columns this is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values: naked volume points of control, POC, MC high, etc. These are the high and low volume nodes which are automatically pushed from IRT to Bookmap. And this is the full session volume profile. It started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. The chart volume profile just plots what data you see on your chart. Okay. Boom. That's how it works. This is an important column. This is my notes column where I first of all always set the title of the column to where I expect to the open type that we will have for today, RTH today. Now, the way you determine the open type is where are we likely to open today, or where do we open if you do this after 8:30, as it compares to the previous RTH close and the previous RTH range. So we are lower than the close and we are within range. So this type is going to be changed to lower in range. And I do that for the purpose of this stream and my screen snap, so that when I refer back, I can immediately know what the open type was, and it gives me a lot of information there. I also plot the migrating VPOCs in here, and this is where we will put the statistics associated with the price levels and which are dependent on the open type. There's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. They are just price levels. There's a POC for the RTH session. There's a POC for the full session. There's a VWAP for the full session and a VWAP for the RTH and a mid for the RTH. There is this IB high, which can sometimes confuse people. It's just simply the high and low, or the IB high and low, are just simply the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. They're called IB because of an old market profile acronym, market balance. The developing value area high or low are differentiated from the value area high and low, if I could find one. No. In that, developing denotes the current auctioning session, and the value area high or low without the D is the previous auction. There's nothing mysterious about the POCs either. They are simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So right now, in this full session at 57.20 is the price at which the most contracts have traded. The minute any one of these prices says 27.68, that price, that POC marker line, the yellow line, will move there. That's it. There's nothing to it. Okay, so we're lower in range. Let's look at this statistics story here. And we do that like this. So the last few days we've opened higher in range. IRT automatically highlights the correct open type after 8:30, after the open, obviously. So it's going to be lower in range, we've determined. And this whole thing is real simple. This system looks back at 1,931 days, in this case. Of those 1,931 days we opened, 569 days opened lower in range. Of these 569 days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 477 times for 83.8%. Overnight volume point of control, 83.8. Bam, that's all there is to it. And then we'll put in the rest of them, which is typically the overnight mid, which is 83.0, and I don't see that right now, but it's got to be right here under these, so we'll just wait for that one. Let's see if we can roll it out. See it somewhere here. Oops, where do we go here? It's hit. Oh, here's the value area low compared to the developing value area low or high. Okay, so let's look at the previous close, which is 72.9% of the time. Remember, these are just statistics looking at historical data. And remember that past performance is not indicative of future results. However, it's, 83% of the time over 2,000 days, we revisited this level. And we do that just about every day. So, these are something you can use as targets for sure. Not hard and fast lines in the sand, maybe, but definitely for targets. Let's see what the overnight high is, 69.9. No, wait, that's the IB high, I'm sorry. The overnight low is 67.8% of the time. Overnight high went way down somewhere here, 51%. Oh, not so bad. And there's enough statistics to keep you busy. For now. It's also worth noting that while we're over here looking at this, the overnight trade is 100% short. So, and it's fairly well balanced. You see here the profile. So I would be anticipating that we will have some responsive buying to cover those shorts to take some profit at the open. And then it's entirely possible that we have just another balanced day. Yesterday was quite an interesting day because it started out with a very pronounced P-shaped profile, which is typically short covering or buying. And then the day switched around for the latter part of the day, and they put a lot of volume at the bottom, which is long liquidation or selling. And it ended up with a kind of a normal looking profile here, a goofy looking thing over here. 3 basic distributions with more of a skew to the selling at the end of the day. And you can see that the daily bar down here, they traded it up and couldn't keep it up there and ended up down at the bottom. So that's just a note there. All right, now in order to, well, that wasn't very nice. In order to be able to trade with Bookmap, you have to do a couple of things. First, you have to initiate the trade control panel with this padlock button. and that opens the trade control panel. Then you have to decide how you want to interact with the application, chart, DOM, or both. You select chart, the only place you can enter trades or manipulate orders is in this active data column right here. If you choose DOM, the only place you can do it is, well, not the only place, because I have my hotkey set up on my keyboard, and the keyboard is always active in either case, chart or DOM. But if you choose DOM, the only place you can manipulate orders or use your mouse for trading is over here in the DOM, and both, of course, is double jeopardy. I do typically initiate orders with my keyboard and then manipulate them with the mouse. I always try using just DOM only, thinking that I was reducing the possibility of unforced errors by misclicking in this column, which I had done in the past. But in my trading practice at night, away from the live market here in the replay, I am practicing with both because I think it might be more quicker when your hand's already on the mouse for whatever reason to just click and enter an order rather than go back to the keyboard. I think that I've noticed that there's some delay in my fills. So in this case, we're going to stick with what we know so far, which is, let's try both. Let's live dangerous today. Likely not trade anyway, so. Oops. So there I have done that. Now we're going to trade with both. And what I do is I use multi-brackets, which is a real handy add-on that allows you to set up multiple stops and targets. In this case, I always trade a risk-neutral package. And what does that mean? That means that, first of all, it has to be an even number, and you'll see why. All of the contracts in the package have one stop. In my case, I've determined that to be 12 ticks. Then half of the package, the contracts in the package, have a positive profit target equal to the stop. So 12 ticks, one contract. Then the balance can be split up in runners. The minute you've achieved this first profit target, the worst you can possibly do on the trade is scratch because you're risk neutral at that point. So to look at that with more contracts, here's four contracts, all four have a 12 tick stop. Two contracts, which is half of the package, have a 12 tick stop. Then there's two runners at 24 and 48. So essentially, when you're risk neutral, you've paid for these other two contracts or however many you've got, you're working to ride free. And that's it's amazing what it does to your psychology. Okay, so now I've selected the two lot package. I come over here to the trade control panel and make sure that it's recognized that package. And I choose to click this again. It's still active. The padlock is still open. It's still green. But I get the real estate back on my screen and I don't trade my P&L. Notice I've shut off the account stuff that you can turn on up here. You can have contracts, P&L, realized, unrealized, and whatever else P&L up there. So that's that. So we can trade. We have a risk neutral package set up. We know that we're expecting to have some responsive buying at the open, I believe. I think it might still be kind of a light trade today, so I'm going to be real cautious, and I'm going to also be watching for volatility. Look at this thing here. That's 30 handles. That's a 30 handle drop in the overnight. That's pretty incredible. So I'm going to be cautious about that. Then now, or something like that. Okay. I got to do a little housekeeping here on my other screen. Every day I do 2 snaps to a to a place called the Traders Lab, which is a bookmap Discord chat room that's completely free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to bookmap, which is kind of interesting. It was started by a guy named Tom B., who is a professional trader, has been successfully, very successfully, I believe, trading for 46 years. He started in 1980. 45 years, whatever. He doesn't call trades there, but he shares freely lots of screen snaps, and there's a bunch of resources pinned in there, and that you can back reverse engineer for what he calls various structured trades, and a continual dialogue all day. There's also a pretty good crew in there of serious people who are focusing on trading as a business rather than a video game or, some juvenile romper room kind of thing. Some excellent traders, Ned, Rob, Rod, 2-lot lefty. Didn't matter. I don't know. There's a lot of people there, and I'm not intentionally missing names, but I'm not looking at a list, so just calling them off the top of my head. Of Giselle, I know. Garrett is in there. Anyway, so that's a pretty good room, and it's that and Static are the only 2 places that I go away from the stream, or I don't do any of the social media stuff or any of that. And so twice a day at 6, I post the numbers snap, and at 8:20, I post this screen snap, this screen here, which just shows historical stuff, how we've traded overnight, RTH, ETH, RTH, and all the associated numbers up here. And now I'm going to get rid of this H5 because it's no longer part of the mix, right? And I do that every day at 8:20, just to try to contribute something and help folks that don't have all of that, a charting package like this. So that's been done. One of the reasons that I stuck in the Traders Lab originally was absolutely nothing is for sale. You never hear any solicitation of any type. And I cannot say that for any of the other bookmap places, even those chat rooms. I only visited 2 others for about 10 minutes each. And about the 3rd word out of the guy's mouth was, this indicator's on my website. Pay me $9.75 a month for, mentoring for a year. And I guarantee you'll be a profitable trader, and this kind of crap. Just typical internet bullshit, guru stuff. And I just immediately, that really puts me off. So I just, never went back and never will. And as a result, I don't try any of the other bookmap Discord. And they may be great. There may be a bunch of other great ones. I don't know. I'm not making a recommendation one way or another, but I do recommend the Traders Lab. And at some point, when Rod gets the Static Discord area and his application up in public, I'll recommend that. Right now, I'm fortunate to be one of the beta people in there. So, it's not public yet. And I will only do it when he gives the high sign to go ahead. Let me just see what the hell I might have forgotten here. Well, we can trade. We've done the TLab. Anyway, so there's a link in the description. I forgot this. There's a link in the description to subscribe to the Bookmap Discord server, which of course you have to do. And then you can go to the Traders Lab. The guy is Tom B. Okay, and that's the end of that story. So we're getting ready to rumble here, huh? Yeah, we're about 50, about 20, about 50,000 contracts more so far on the new contract, on the new month. Let me just see now. My wife's nuclear Vietnamese coffee. Picking up FM here pretty quick. Let's see. So I need to start up the stream on this other machine. I monitor it on another computer just to make sure everything's okay. It looks to me like it's streaming fine and flowing down the hill okay. The online and broadcast time seem to be correct and putting out 60 FPS. Yeah, seems like it's okay. So we'll see. What am I doing now? Yeah. All right, I'll do a little sound monitor here of this stream. That seems like everything's okay. Video-wise is fine. And I'm assuming that audio and chat are as well. So I just typed in the chat about the rollover here because I want to be really sure that anybody that hears this understands that. I would be, you work hard to pass these. It's only if you're doing an eval thing or a prop story, because it'd be a real shame if somebody just wasn't aware that the requirement of trading the front month, which I think every prop firm has that I'm familiar with, and you were trading the wrong month and then blow your account or blow your combine or whatever you call it, that would be, those unforced stupid mistakes are really disappointing and annoying. I can speak from experience. Before there was multi-brackets. We're going to open here now in a couple of seconds. You'll notice that when we have the RTH will collapse and restart replotting. I'm assuming. Yeah, there we go. And I'll start tracking the migrating VPOCs. And then I will roll IRT to, there we go. Boom, 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 And here's the next one, right to the value area low. That's pretty funny. And then, isn't it interesting how these levels just seem to really hit? So let's see if my anticipation of responsive buying has any validity at all. You know, as I said in the pre-market, this is a random environment that you're working in. And so to think that you can predict that is just setting yourself up for a disappointment. You can anticipate what you think will happen based on stuff, you know, your experience and intuition or rabbit's foot in your pocket, whatever it is. We had a swing high now and a pretty substantial swing low, right down to and testing the overnight low. It looks like they're going to take it, in my opinion. So we have the all of those other values above us. This is how I roll. Ooh, this is how I roll the. Now the VPOC migration has been a real successful trade lately. I'm not going to take it, but let's watch. Obviously, that's a structured trade. When the VPOC migrates down there, you would think, okay, well, they're taking value lower. Remember, this is the most traded price so far in the session. That's all that is. And so if you were to take a short up here at 03, you're not scaled yet, and you just got stopped out, depending on where you clicked it. Anyway, to get over, I'm sorry, I was looking over it. I was looking over
Order
there.
submitted.
This is what I was talking about. So this is how you change time frames. This is a multi-session charts, and so you just click like that, and boom, there's the day session. Now the overnight has been removed. Here is yesterday's, somewhere there's yesterday's RTH, and there's today's. And there we have it. And here's our open, our new little guy over there, our new candle, and our new profile. So we don't have to get too scooched in or out. We have a micro composite volume profile below us at 72 quarter right here. So let's see how we go. Oh yeah, I forgot to do something. Always save all and I also plot the same charts for the MES, the micro. And I just rolled that one over, and then I always save all and jump back over to the mini and save all again. Can't save enough. Okay, so what are we doing here? Who's on third? I don't know. What's going on? Okay, we've had a VPOC migration up here. So they're all over the board as expected. And we had one right here. Now, obviously, the VPOC jumps around, is much more volatile in the initial moments of the market because there's a lot of business being done, and it only takes one contract to move these numbers, right? And move that number. Remember the definition. And here we have the IB low and the IB high, which are the high and low of the first 1 hour of trade, period. Nothing. Ooh, what's going on here? What the hell is this? I don't want to do that.
Order submitted.
Oh, you see what happened? I accidentally got in a trade I didn't mean to do.
Order submitted.
By having both there. I accidentally clicked up here looking at these and got in a trade. Now I'm going to get stopped out, and I'm going to kill that immediately. Wow, that's really disappointing.
Order submitted.
You see the problem with me and the both, right? Back to the dome. Now that is definitely an error, and that is really disappointing. That's a $225 loss by clicking in the wrong spot, just highlighting these POCs. Oh, that is just disappointing. Unforced error, stupidity, and of course in the wrong direction. It wasn't a short. I should have killed it quicker. When this little bump happened, I thought I might get a little bit of profit into it, and I should have killed it immediately. Anytime you have an error, an unexpected situation, kill it. I have my hotkeys set up for that specifically. And that was an unforced error. So there we go with the, you see why I don't like using this active data column. There's 225 reasons why I don't like that. There we are again. You see? Now that's a real pisser. Okay. Well, I didn't even have a chance to put in the order flag. I have tags here for the order and all that kind of thing. So this stream will be live and will remain public, and the results of that blunder will be for all the world to see. But it's kind of, I guess it's kind of, I don't want to have lost $225 on that. But anyway, you can see how it works, how the order works, and how the stops and targets were all in place here. There's the first scale and the second scale, and there was the stop, and there was the entry, right? And look how long it took me to react. No, I didn't see that and kill it quickly, which I could have done before I got in when we were way up here. That was really a poor show on my part all the way around. And now I'm behind the 8 ball, $225 more. Damn it. I'm not behind the 8 ball. It's still, within striking distance of that target, but gee whiz, and and wouldn't it have been just peachy if that was a short? Damn, So much for my responsive buying. Oh boy, that really irritates me. I am so conscious of discipline and not trading, as anybody that's been around the stream knows. That kind of thing really pisses me off, but it happens to everybody, I mean, especially when I talked about it beforehand, and I thought about not selecting both yet, but then I went ahead and did it. And you see what happened. I mean, when you review the stream, you'll understand that right here, where this started, you can't see it now because of that iceberg, or that stop, but right now when that happened, I was showing where these had migrated to. And at that time, the line was over here. So that's all it takes. And my unawareness, or my lack of awareness of this resting order being thrown in here for that length of time, almost a minute, almost 2 minutes, I didn't kill it, which I could have easily done with, I have my keyboard set up. That might be interesting. Oh. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Where am I? Instrument trading. This is how I have my keyboard set up. So all I have to do is just, do an Alt period and I flatten everything. And there's also a cancel all. Oh, there used to be. Yeah, there we go. Cancel all orders is a Alt 0. Alt period. And what I do is I run up both sides of the number pad on my keyboard. In case curious how that works. Look at that damn thing go. And would I not be a tickled camper if I'd have made that mistake short? Yes, I would be. And we're coming to the bottom of yesterday. No, we passed yesterday, but we're heading down to that. We're heading down to the micro composite. Boy, that's annoying. Son of a bitch. Sorry, but Morning, Antonio. Yeah, unforced error on that trade. I guess it's a good example for anybody watching, but it sure pisses me off, needless to say. That would have been, if you stop and think about it, if you just do one trade like that every day, 3 points, that's 60 grand a year or better, with no muss, no fuss, in a couple of minutes. I mean, that's the thing about trading, that I guess that's the enticement to trading, is that it's got such a the effort, time, expenditure to possible reward is pretty incredible. It's the most phenomenal opportunity that I've ever been aware of, and I'm an old guy, and I've had a lot of good opportunities in my life. Now I guess that's why I'm still at this. Boy, that pisses me off. Now you have to be aware of all those lizard-brained emotions, right? FOMO, revenge, all that stuff. Those are all emotions that you'll never get rid of. They are part of your wiring. But what you have to do is become aware of them and not react to them, I mean, it's no different than, do you pee your pants? Of course you don't, So I think it's just that basic. People make a lot of noise about the psychology of trading and all this kind of stuff, and there's a lot to be said for psychology or psychobabble and all that kind of thing. But I think it boils down to, okay, be an adult. You don't piss your pants. You don't, beat your kids, whatever it is. It's just, you may be angry or need to go to the bathroom, but you just are an adult and you have control over your emotions and your actions. So there you go. There's that 7:15 or 8:15, 8:45, I'm sorry, a number that I said may have some market movement, and it did. That was the something. Oh no, that's 8:45. That's 8:15 was those numbers. I don't know what the hell that's all about. I suppose the orange one is speaking again, maybe. I don't know. I was thinking of, sorry here. I was thinking of this, but these are 8:15 numbers. No real bump there at all, and nothing showing on this one. So, by the way, that website is investing.com, and it's free. And you can set up the filter for whatever economic news you want, whether it's, whether you're in the EU or wherever you are. And more specifically, you can set it up for your time zone. So it gives you your time frame. When you look at the clock, when you look at that report or that list of reports, it's telling you in your own time, wherever you happen to live. Which is handy. I lived a long time in Asia. I lived in Kuala Lumpur for 11 years and traded from there. That was really great because the market, the RTH Open is at 2130 there, depending on daylight savings, because they don't switch back and forth. So, there's that. But it was great. The family was in bed. All my outside stimulus was, over, and I had just quiet, total focus on the market. It was really, plus it's a wonderful place to live. Miss it a lot, actually. Yeah. So investing.com is the thing I use for numbers. And it's got earnings, and you can do it. There's a lot of resources there, which I don't avail myself of as much as I should. But I do it every morning for numbers and during earnings season, who's reporting and that kind of thing. So, gosh darn, I'm still pissed, But I'll tell you a secret. It's not a mistake I will make again. This is the second time I've said that, because the first time I said it, I wasn't aware of the possibility, but for the longest time, I've only used the dome for that specific reason. And one of the worst things that can happen to you when you make an error like that, or when you don't follow your trade plan, is to have the trade work out in your favor. Because the human brain has a phenomenal ability to only remember the good stuff. The perfect example of that is childbirth. If women really remembered, their brain really remembered the pain, there wouldn't be any more kids. But they, just like us, if your trade plan says you're not going to do something and you do it anyway, trade a breakout, for example, in my case, or momentum trade, and you do, and you win that trade, or it works out favorably for you, that's really bad, because it reinforces negative or bad behavior. So, I'm trying to look at the bright side of being a click idiot over here. Okay, now what have we got going on here? Well, Panda, what's the matter, girl? Well, here we have another VPOC migration. Now, this could be a favorable one. But you see here, my problem is, first of all, it's the obvious one you want to try to vet first because obvious setup because it is so obvious. Who can miss the yellow brick road moving around, right? What my problem has been is how to identify the following criteria and the trigger, because it varies every time. If you take it mechanically, you'll get hammered. That's for sure. So there's 57 and there's 81, so you're stopped out. If you wait for this kind of high and then maybe a test back up here, okay. How about this? Back up here, I don't know. Maybe there needs to be that kind of a swing involved. I have not been able to figure it out. The other side of the coin is here. You had 23 out, you had 34 out, you came up here and you haven't been able to get over this yet. Is it going to go down and get the IB low? Well, let's check. Actually, let's pretend we got short right there at 77 and see what happens. So far, so good. 77 and 73. So we've got our scale. We would have our scale. 3 points, right? Yeah, there we go. That is just magic. Stand here for days observing rigid discipline about entering and then an unforced stupidity error. Take a stop. And didn't react quick enough to kill it in time. That's one of the real insidious problems. When in that case, I thought for a split second, it'll go my way. Will it go my way? Will this become profitable? And that's the minute you have that thought, you're doomed, I believe. I should have killed that the split second I saw that. And I wouldn't have had any loss involved. Any kind of an error like that. And why this is going on over here, I got no clue. Now with this political environment and the guy there so fixated on, publicity and cameras, you never know what's going to happen. Or when, even more importantly, when. Well, we're having quite the sell-off. Oh, look at our little VPOC migration. Would have worked out just Jim dandy. There's 10 handles right there. So that would have been a low to no heat. Good trade. I just shy away from it because in the real market, because it was for the longest time my absolute worst expectancy, negative expectancy. So as a result, I stay away from it. What are we doing here? Well, we're selling off pretty good. There should be no question in anybody's mind what the context is, and that is south. 2 VPOC migrations down, both winners, both, well, depending on how you took this one. Excuse me. Couldn't get to the mute button quick enough there. So the 9 o'clock hour approacheth. And what does that mean? Well, the initial balance and the IB 30 and 60 conversation now needs to be had. So we know that the initial balance is the high and low of the first 1 hour period. Nothing more important than that, or nothing, more mystical than that. However, there is a very widely understood and known statistic associated with the initial balance. It is over 97% probable that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the remainder of the RTH session. Now, remember that that statistic is not active until 9:30, but it's over 97%. So that's, pretty incredible. And it's hard to trade because you don't know high or low, and you don't know whether it's the first millisecond after 9:30 or just before the close. A couple of parameters there. But it's a very widely known statistic and widely watched statistic. Also, Rod in the TLab and Static, who I mentioned earlier, does a lot of statistics, obviously, and he worked out that it's about an 89% probability that the high or low of the first 30 minutes, in other words, right there, is exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes of the RTH session. And we often refer to that as the IB30, and the old-fashioned one at 9, which is active from 9:30 on, is referred to as the IB60. So you see, we don't have an IB30 yet, do we? Yeah, we do. So this low right here was made after 9:30, and so after 9 o'clock, and so the IB30 statistic has been satisfied already. And that can happen a bunch of times, of course. It can keep going in one direction or the other. The IB60, or the old-fashioned IB statistic, is one time, one and done. It doesn't move anymore. I'm angry at myself for not taking this VPOC migration trade. Those have been working out well these last few days. I just am real conscious of not revenge or FOMO trading, especially after a unforced error like that. I want to be sure my thinking is clear and going to have some noise here. I might be muted off a lot. Their neighbors are switching out all their windows, and their driveway is right alongside my office window here. So if it starts getting noisy, I'll mute it. Now, it's worth pointing out that both of these VPOC migrations were successful trades. Of course, who the hell knows this is going to happen? I certainly don't. But here's the migration, 4 to 3. So there's only a 1.5 there, and down she goes. But where do you get in? Where's the trigger? Over here. If you got in here someplace mechanically, you're stopped out. That's disappointing. Come down here, trade back up. 52, then 39, then 1. So I think this is more of a structured trade that could be vetted. The secret to vetting these setups, first of all, you do it away from the live market in your whatever you use to backtest, Python or Quant Connect or something. And you have to be specific about the setup and the criteria and the parameters, stop, targets, all that. Because if you don't, you're not comparing apples and apples. So you don't have a reliable statistic, or you haven't defined a reliable expectancy or edge. And that's the whole key to it, in my opinion. Remember, this is my virtual trading journal, so this is all my opinion. I'm still pissed about that error. And I suppose I will be. I don't like to lose money. I mean, I realize it's a very definite fact of life in trading. We will take stops. The outcome of the next trade is always 50-50. You try to get your, that's the reason you try to vet an edge or probability or expectancy, whatever word you want to use. And then you take every instance of that which presents itself and let the law of large numbers manifest to your bank. Okay, what are we doing now? Oh, another VPOC migration. See, they're trying to sucker me in here. And of course, it may continue to go down, but there was none of the trigger or parameters or context associated that I've been talking about were involved here, right? And so this would have been simply a mechanical entry, and that's no good. Here's another one to consider. I don't think there's any trader anywhere that doesn't know the old don't diddle in the middle, right? Which is the POC. Okay. So look at that. Now there's a perfect example of why a little short up and down is not the thing to take. Look at that. Okay, so you were going to try to go short when that happened mechanically, and what happened to you? Well, what I was getting ready to say was, at what point does this VPOC migration turn into diddling in the middle? Is it a matter of minutes? Because everybody knows it's a losing proposition to trade from the middle out. Trade anywhere around the POC is a bad idea. Because it's, by definition, it is the most traded price so far in the session. So what's going to happen? You have a higher probability of price trading back and forth over the top of it and stopping you out. Just that simple. And look at this noise here. What are these guys up to? Do we have low volume today? Let's check. Not really. 622,000 contracts traded so far, and we're only in the first 30 minutes. That's pretty good. Well, let's see now. Up, down, back and forth. Here we go. Boom. What is this crap? There's no way you can manage risk in that kind of a market. Remember that a stop converts to a market order when price reaches it. And market order just says that you'll get filled at the best price they can, which means you can be filled down here. I tell you. Well, my concept of responsive buying for profit taking didn't amount to a hill of beans, did it? Context is absolutely south. We've crossed through our micro composite VPOC right here. And now we're looking at the bottom of everything down here. We've got 15 minutes to the IB set for the IB60. And of course, in rear view mirror trading, you knew that all these things were going to happen. Any internet guru worth his salt will tell you that. Excuse me. And that's the reason it's completely crap. If some of those guys don't trade openly, then I don't trust them. Simple. And everybody's got some excuse, right? Oh, well, I don't want to dish my account that or some other bullshit. And that's what it is just bullshit, in my opinion. Obviously, my trading is completely transparent as it, even this error. I'm more disappointed with the fact that I didn't recognize that and kill it the second I recognized it. I think I'm more upset about that than I am about accidentally putting the order in the first place, knowing full well, and I articulated in the pre-market about using this column. But even had I done so, even that I did that, I didn't react properly over here, and that's a bigger concern for me at the moment, to be honest with you. And of course, anybody can say, just imagine, had I shorted up here rather than gone along, I would think I was the king of the walk, wouldn't I? I'd be up, what would I be up? Let's see. Well, 57 to 66, so 40 handles. Or, 30 handles. How great would that be, huh? Doesn't seem to work that way often. Yeah, come on, man. I think I've talked about this before. My mouse has got the buttons curl over the front. It's a fancy Logitech thing. And if I bump into the mixer, that's why it's doing all this weirdness with the mouse. It's like I've clicked the button. I don't know how to get away from that. Well, I guess the way to do it would be to move the mixer over so it's kind of out of harm's way, but obviously not enough. Or put it up on a little bit of a legs of some sort so that the mouse can't hit it. I guess that's probably the best thing to do. And what am I doing now? Am I live? Am I hot? Yes, okay. Well, we've had the full session volume profile, which is this darker yellow. They're now aligned with the RTH session. We had this little stupidness down here. A lot of that going around this morning, apparently. Here. What's that mean? That means it's fairly light. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to jump it so much. There wouldn't be such volatility or such swings, I don't think. And now we come up here again for a new one. I guess I explained why I put these flags. And look at this mess. Wow. I guess I explained why I put these flags and why I flagged that, because as the day progresses, the yellow line scrolls off to the left. Look at that. That's got to be some sort of a record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 VPOC movements in, we haven't crossed an hour yet. Since the RTH opened, of course, but that's the only time I start tracking them. That's just pretty phenomenal. That's, well, phenomenal or ridiculous, one of the two. Ridiculous. So what do we got happening over here? Well, kind of the opposite of yesterday, in a sense. We didn't get any responsive buying, and we're just selling down. Will it turn around in the middle of the day at around the noon hour, as it has done frequently, and come back up? Maybe. If this, then that. If not, then what? So far, we're just making a big B, which is selling. Long liquidation. All those guys that got long yesterday are being liquidated, right? That's how the market works. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. That's the truth. You throw in some clots, can't click right, and they contribute to the problem. Yeah, that's irritating. And I'm on extra high guard now, not to be doing any impulsive thing to with that get even in the background there. Oh, where'd my glass? And to be honest with you, I'm going to have to review the stream immediately tonight after the close to see. I don't know exactly what I did. Well, I do know. Somehow I clicked down here, a right click down here. No, would have been just a left click. See, I don't even know enough. A left click down here puts a limit order long. And a right click up here puts a limit order short. If you left click up above the price, it's an automatic market entry. The same with right clicking below price is a short, near as I remember. I don't have any problem remembering that when I'm keyboarding. I can enter a market, a limit, hit the bid, lift the offer. Boom, boom, boom. So that is just magnificently disappointing. Did this move, or is this from somewhere else? Let's check. No, this is just not in the right spot. Up a tick. There we go. Look at that. Well, there's a beautiful succession of VPOC migrations lower, except for this noise down here and my stupidity over here. Not stupidity, but fumble. My fumble. Now we're a long way from an outside in or a mean reversion trade, especially with all this fluctuation in the POC down here. But for me, with the context as it is, the only trade for me is short. As was the case early this morning. That's what's extra irritating about that error. If I would have just accidentally right-clicked down here, I would have been short. Disappointing, huh? Enough of that. Stop talking about that now. So we're back to it. VPOC is moving down. The VWAP is coming down. This little, this is the RTH VWAP, and the Globex is above it, the mid. And we are going to just seconds away from 9:30 where the IB statistic will be in play. In play. This will cease to move in another second, as will the IB high. And then that old-fashioned IB 60 or IB statistic is in play as of now. You would suppose, based on the market movement today, that the IB low would be the suspect. But that's something you never know. That is something that you'll never know. You can anticipate that. But now remember that there's a big difference here in price. So this is 80 to 72, right? Well, there is a VWAP to VPOC or mid to VPOC setup, structured trade, and it is in line with context. And would sort of be, if you squint real, step back and squint your screen, it's kind of an outside in trade. So it's depending on the fractal that you're trading, it could be a mean reversion. We're not up there yet, but I'm just saying that's the next likely setup that I see to get aligned with the context, which is clearly down except for this story right here. And I tell you, the pollen and stuff in the air here right now is unreal. Our car is white, and I wash it and go out it's under a carport and everything. I go out in the morning and the damn thing's green from the pollen in the air. It's amazing. I guess that's why it's more or less lush here. All right. This is dangerous here. So this is 75 cents. I don't know whether it's a problem or not, but one of the things I have noticed about Bookmap is I have a problem sometimes having a perception of the scale. Like I will have it like this and I'll think, oh, that's, hardly any movement. And in reality, it's 4, 5, 6 handles. From a point of view of risk reward, which is pretty, and range requirement and risk reward and all that stuff. And on the other hand, I have to be careful because this looks like a fair distance, right? But it's only 3 points less. No, just exactly 3. So it's that would just be the scale if you got exactly to the POC. So from here, so that's a problem the other way. If you're passing through here, smack the like. And if you want to be able to review these, because this one will stay public because of the trade. Anytime there's a trade, the stream stays public. But if there's not, if you save for later, that you can I set them all as unlisted. So if you have a link, you can watch them. They're not prohibited, or review them or whatever. The like would be cool. And subscribe would be even cooler. But do what you like, right? My mission here is to be have a successful trading business. If I ended up with enough subscribers to get monetized and YouTube wanted to pay me a lot of money, that'd be super, but that's not the goal. Obviously. And the reason that I have these streams go from 8 o'clock in the morning until cash close at 1500, I have a commitment not to take any trade off stream. So once or twice early on, I would, go to lunch or come back in the office from wherever, and I'd see a setup and not act or trade on it because I didn't have the stream going. And so I'm trying to really hold to that commitment. What good is transparency and accountability if you're doing that? There was one guy that I used to listen to when I was in KL. He's a trader over here, coincidentally, in Austin. Fairly well known. And he was always be down, $2,000 or $3,000 on the stream. And then the next day, oh yeah, I made that back yesterday afternoon. It's like, okay. And apparently he's now involved in a lawsuit where he's been accused of working with Apex, and they had him set up with 2 accounts, and he would trade, long on one and short on the other, and then just show the one that won. I don't know, something like that. I saw something about it. Not to name names, but... And here we are at that VWAP. Now, are we going to do the VWAP to the VPOC? That structured trade, who knows? I would be a little apprehensive at this point to take that trade, and we did not. Look how close we got. And down here to moving that down, and then we just traded straight away from it. Here's where the IB set at 9:30. We're trading the opposite direction to it now. And what have we got going on now? 79 to 72, that's 8 handles. I'd be a little hard pressed to take this, frankly. I would think they're going to take it up a little higher. I'm always leery about that when they run her down hard and then turn around. And, the minute I say that, it'll just plummet straight down to the RVPOC. So, yeah, there we go. Well, that would have been the scale. If the entry here, that would have been a scale right there. Now let's see what happens. I'll just leave the mouse crosshairs at the scale. And we'll see. That's not one of my higher probability or greater expectation trades, actually. Setups, I should say. Tom calls them Tom over at TLab calls them structured trades. Assuming that we were entered at at this at the 80, that right here, for example, and then 77 would be this scale. So we would be scaled at this point, and wondering what's going to happen next. As far as the stream goes, I probably said this before, but I will just repeat it. I have an app in OBS where I can hotkey in a bunch of the timeline chapters, which I input into the stream at the end of the day. They don't go, it doesn't go automatically into the description now. You can only do it later. And then I've noticed it takes a little while for YouTube to update them. But, in the case of this stream, you want to go back and see that enforced error. It'll be in the screen. It'll be in the timeline there. Tomorrow, I guess, or whatever. Well, so far we got our scale out, and now we're going to make our target, it looks like. So that VWAP to VPOC is going to be would be a successful trade at this point. There you go. That would be the target. I mean, that's the name of the setup, VWAP to VPOC. Now, if you get more out of it, good for you. And I didn't take it because I'm just leery. I'm extremely sensitive now to not wanting to try to do any revenge trading to get even kind of thing, Which is stupid too, I guess. It should. That error was that error, and now a new setup is a new setup. I gotta eat my own dog food here. One thing for sure is that this is in the middle, and thou shalt not diddle in the middle. Pretty sure it's a commandment, probably in the Bible, I guess, Quran or somewhere. Definitely in the Trader's Bible. Any of these, I mean, this is hindsight, rearview mirror trading, right? But any of these areas where you have a 30 stops out for 9, and then you come up here and you get 3, that's indicative of exhaustion or divergence. So any of these obviously would have been a good entry, because guess where you are now? Past 10 handles here. This is 69, so that's 10 handles in the right direction. This developing value area low in this kind of a rotational environment is a fairly good level to watch. You notice how well it was respected there. Mine, and it's going the right way, isn't it? Look at here. We're going to have this IB statistic taken out here pretty quick. There's a very good opportunity, a good learning lesson for a screen snap. The structured trade there is the VWAP to VPOC. We had another way to look at this is a bar trade with consolidation, breakout, retest. Man, I've got the sneezes today. I can't seem to get that out of my system. Well, doggone it. I am pretty disappointed, but, onward and upward, right? That's something that's part of the psychological story around trading. That trade is bothering me, and that's stupid. That's over with a long time ago. Next. I've corrected the problem that could generate that error again by eliminating the chart trading facility in the trade control panel. So I should have just need to focus on the setups and take them as they come. And this was the one I should have taken, and I would be now have compensated for that loss and then made up twice, right? So that's the way it works. So here we go. And this is certainly not a spot to be right in the middle of this big consolidation area here. And this craziness. Mind you, we haven't taken out the IB yet. So the next trades I would be looking for would be an IB continuation, because we are not in balance. We have a very definite B-shaped profile, which is long liquidation. So if we take out this IB low, I would be looking for a price to drop down, test back up, and move for IB continuation trade. The other opposite of that is the IB failure, which is typically applicable in a balanced or rotating market. Now, yesterday, as I pointed out, was pretty strange. I don't remember ever really noticing that, where we started out with a definite P-shaped profile all morning and then flipped it around to a B-shaped profile, basically, in the afternoon. I was, I don't know. I don't know how you could explain that, but it was obvious, and I did comment about it. It was kind of weird. And today may be the same case, who knows? We're still in RTH1, which is a bracket or a grouping that Rod cooked up actually in static, and I really like it. It is 405 minutes in the RTH session, and just divide them by 3, it's 135 minutes each. And it's a good way to, analyze your trades. Am I more successful in the RTH1 or RTH2 or RTH3? Intuitively, I would imagine RTH1, but I'm still collecting that data. Oh, well, looky there. That's actually a pretty tight value area. We're 64 to 79 or 78. 24 points, I guess. And it's all on the bottom end of that B. The conventional wisdom is that the higher time frame controls, if we push out of the IB, for example, they're the people with the horsepower to do that. Beats the hell out of me. But that's just kind of implied and understood, I guess. Once again, I'm certainly not going to diddle in the middle here. And context is down until until it isn't. Until somebody turns the tanker. There's no impetus to interrupt the auction that I know of coming up. the 20-year bond or notes at 12. And of course, if you're an internet guru guy or, just like gambling or video gaming, this big sweep, we've been watching sweeps a lot as they are kind of reversal indicators. There's a big sweep and you got short and you're just all pleased with yourself. And that's fine. That's just not, that's not me. That's trading four handles back into the VPOC, and it's in the middle outer space as far as I'm concerned, as far as a structured trade is concerned. And I'm not saying that's what you ought to do. I'm just saying that's what I'm trying to focus on. That's why I'm talking about it. They're eyeing over that IB low. And there they go. Bam. There's those 348 stops that were living down there. All these little boys and girls that thought we were going to go long and revert back. And who are now stopped out. Okay, so are we going to have an IB continuation or an IB failure? You would imagine an IB, well, it's obviously continuing. I guess the trigger that I wasn't nearly quick enough for was right here, but that's not, it doesn't fit the rules. But certainly damn near 10 handles there. So that would have been a nice IB continuation trade. For me, it's more like now we test back up here and can't get above it, and then we sell off. That happened yesterday, and that was just a beautiful IB continuation to the top. This kind of thing, I'm not fast enough. Decision-wise, I guess that you could say. That's why I was thinking about you being able to use the mouse, right? Because I'm always looking at stuff with the mouse, or moving back and forth or pointing things out. So for me to put a trade on, I've got to leave the mouse alone and get both of my hands back onto the keyboard because it requires two hands. I have a hotkey trigger with my left and mouse pad or the keypad with my right. So that's why I was thinking that the mouse, and I still am thinking that the mouse is probably more efficient. I've just got to figure out how not to be a dumbass and be clicking in the wrong place. And I'll be real curious to go back and see how the hell I did that, because I don't remember it. But I that's happened to me before, trying to move a target. You see how the mouse turns from a dollar sign to a dollar sign from the arrow? And this is that line. So this is the active data column. You don't see anything here but the last price. I don't have bid ask, I just have last. You don't see anything here. All the balls or the bubbles or these delta bubbles or whatever you call them are all to the left, right? So this is the actual hard right edge. And I still think that's probably the way to do it. But I clearly need to get better at it. That's for damn sure. Why isn't it doing what it's supposed to? This was not good enough for a for me to consider a IB continuation. It didn't actually test the IB. I want to see him get up here and test this to see if there's any stops or any fuel up there. And, you know, Hmm. It looks like the volatility is there. We're going to get up here maybe and test this now. Looks like the volatility is becoming a little more normal. I'll be the first to point out that any of these highs up here in the direction of the trade, direction of context short, you got scale on several of them. But I'm trying to hold the line on the setups. And that's pretty disappointing. I'm going to lay off this one. It's just not behaving right, in my opinion, for an IB continuation. I have all this divergence up here, and it still keeps coming back up. It's pretty obvious that a lot of my trading is based on discretion, which is not a good thing necessarily, especially if it were a vetted setup. But the problem with my vetted setups is, I think I've made it pretty clear, the context and the trigger. The definition of those. And now I'm going to be really upset I didn't take the IB continuation, I guess. Not really. That would have been just a scale, depending on how you got into that. But if you tried to get into it here, where I was looking at it, you're stopped out. You know, that's the problem. Not the problem, but that's the joy of trading, I guess you could say. And here we go again with a stop out. Not me, but all right. I hear food noises in the kitchen, so I'm going to have to mosey over there and have a look at what my wife's getting up to. Be right back. Well, here we are. She's up to no good out there, and I'm going to have to be eating some of that homemade baguette and wonderful curry here before too long. I wonder why I'm fat. So here we have a bar trade, or a bar, which is basically a consolidation. It's called breakout and retest. That's what bar stands for. You could say this was a consolidation here. We haven't really broken out or retested, and I would always be leery of taking that above these levels. We could actually be reverting back to a IV failure. That's the problem. That's the thing about trading, and why it's so important to have a statistically verified expectancy for a setup and then take the damn thing. I really believe it's not what I believe, it's what I understand from the most successful traders in the world, or is the way to do it. And so, who might argue with him? Well, now I guess we're going to get an IB continuation of some sort. This is where I always get a FOMO bump on a breakout like that. That test and breakout in the direction that the market is tending to go. Maybe I have to relook at those momentum or breakout trades. I've always considered them as FOMO for me. But you got to be open, right? Huh. Well, look at what's going on here around the IB. So it doesn't look like the higher time frame wants to make a point about further south. There's nothing they're waiting for in terms of reports that I'm aware of. Who knows if the GOP is going to be dominating the airways anytime soon. So, what have they gotten up to in my absence here? VPOC is staying where it was. They've couldn't get the IB continuation going, and now they're fussing around with the IB failure. I'm going to be pretty disappointed if I have to conclude the day with that damn error on the books. To say the least. Well, what are they getting up to now? I don't really know, to be honest with you. When I look at IRT, it looks to me like we're in a long consolidation here, and we've had a breakout and a retest. And now we're doing this for whatever reason. When I look over here at Bookmap, in so close. Okay, now you can see it. There's that consolidation. Breakout, retest, breakout, retest. And why it's doing this, who the hell knows? I was always under the impression that you break out, retest, and the expected move was in the direction of the breakout. Like a head fake, right? But in football, actually, head fake would be meaning going the other way. So I don't know. I guess that's the bottom line. I don't know. You don't know. You have a structured trade, you put it on, and there you go. And I didn't do that. Here, or... And obviously, rearview mirror, this is... You knew exactly what to do here. And now we're in that breakout FOMO mode over here. So we'll see what we see. This is always the place where I would love to just throw in a trade. And in the old days, I used to do that. I did trade breakouts in the olden days. Before I got into this structured trade and vetted setups and stuff. And maybe but I didn't have the targets and the risk neutral set up and any of those kind of things. So, yeah. Okie dokie. So are we going to have an IB continuation once again? We came up here with an exhaustion, 440 out, 1 out. And I don't know. I can't just walk in and out. I have a thing, element in my trade plan where if I've been away from the desk here and I walk in and see something like this, I am prohibited, or I prohibit myself from just throwing on a trade. And sometimes it works just as I thought it would, and sometimes not. But I find in the long run that being cautious and it works better, you know. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, so to speak. We had this absorption. We had 1 out, so you're thinking exhaustion. Now we got to come up here for 7. And they're right back into this consolidation over here. Or if you want to see the big idea, they're right back in all of this and the IB low. Okay, so what happened besides lunch? Let's see here. Well, that wasn't much. Let's see here now. There was a couple of giant, I was listening to something, and there was a couple of giant spikes in gold and crude. Wow. I think that under the circumstances, I'm going to stand aside here. Double bottom there, pretty close. Well, we've turned the corner here into the power hour. Some quite this could have been actually a valid mean reversion, and it was also a mid to VPOC. I'm sorry. I was just busy doing something else there, another machine, not looking. So that's I'm pretty off of it here today with the that error costing me a trade stop, and I'm still the roll is definitely working the kinks out. I suppose tomorrow should be pretty much normal. Wait a minute, I think we've got some FOMC tomorrow. Hold on a minute. Damn it. I don't know why it's doing that. I keep getting crap about my saying I was an ad blocker and then not letting me do anything with investing.com. No problem this morning. I don't get it. Anyway, other machine. Yeah, so 1300 tomorrow. We've got the FOMC statements and the FOMC economic perspective, projections, I should say. And then we have an FOMC press conference at 1330. So, yeah, tomorrow's going to be a rodeo. Oh, that's magical. And this was quite a lovely 10-pointer, or 15 now. This mean reversion is one of my good setups, too. I'm sort of disappointed about that. It's been a good day all the way around, I guess. Well, we turn the corner here. Next stop will be 1450 for the MOCs, and then the top of the hour. All right, we've got the MOC in 10 seconds, or minutes, I mean, sorry. Those spikes again. These things are actually becoming fairly reliable as reversals. But that's only 3 handles here, right? Got to be real careful on how you have this dialed in. Otherwise, you're going to get a real surprise. I'm not doing anything now. I'm just watching and narrating. Trying to figure out how to use AI on another project over here. Okay, 2 minutes till the market on close bump. This time it's going to be a real prominent B or long liquidation. So they're getting all the longs shaken out from yesterday, I guess. So here we go. Couple of seconds, I guess. See what they do. It's a fairly light bump. 4 handles. And now there's oftentimes another one at 1455. I would suppose they're going to just keep hammering this back and forth. By the way, we did take out the IB low, so that statistic has been hit. I'm sure I talked about that, but in case not. Smack back to the POC, huh? Interestingly enough, it's just a couple handles below the 2 handles or whatever, 2.5 handles below the micro composite BPOC also. And the current VWAP, and everybody's pretty happy with the price right here. And 5 minutes to the witching hour here. Cash close at 1,500. And I'll be off on the school run. Not sure when I'll get the timestamps in this and the things fixed there on the stream, because I have to do a couple of runs for both my wife and my daughter, and I'm not sure when I'll be able to get it back at that. Might not be till after 6 or 1,800. So that's, it happens. What can I tell you? All right, and here we go. Kokomo Joe. Well, I'm still pissed about that that error. Jesus. Glad I caught it when I did, though. Wish I would have caught it sooner. I wish I would have reacted the moment I saw it and killed it, instead of that split-second pause. Oh, is it going to go my way? And that was, that's typically a disaster waiting to happen. And of course, had I been an error short instead of long, I'd have been in the money in spades, 40 or 50 handled, or 30 anyway. Looks like they're going to crowd it right up to the cash close on the VPOC, which is pretty understandable, I guess, under this circumstances, and the rollover and the schmollover and all that other stuff. All those things that I probably don't really understand. All the nuances going on in the background with options and things. And here we go. Liquidity's jamming in. I'll do something with it. Pop it down or pop it up or something, I suppose. Who could be waiting to trade until now? There we have it. Bam. And now the closing swing trade, perhaps. Let's see. Yeah, looks like so. I've made money on that a couple of times, but it's just a crapshoot. It's just gambling completely. You know, you see which way it's jumping and hit it fast and take it right out. Certainly nothing that I would want to do at this point. Completely contrary to my trading business plan. All right, so back in the morning at 0800 and definitely not having both selected on the trade control panel. Jesus, I'm going to be pissed about that until tomorrow, probably. Okay, so have a great night. Do something, relax, get away from the markets, and then do your homework later, and then be bright and shiny for the pre-market at 0800 in the morning. And this stream will remain public because it has a trade on it. That's